pretty pen John borrowed me.
Ooh, nice. You know what? I have tools at my house. They're all pink, so Matt doesn't steal them. He will not steal a pink one.
That's funny.
Screwdrivers, hammer. No.
The funny thing is, my boy grew up, his favorite color was pink.
Oh, really?
You know what my greatest fear, Marilyn, is? When I get home and Mary's got a hammer in her hand, it's a nail,
Don't do it, huh?
trying to do some hang
Well,
pictures or something.
It's we are going.
You seen the video of how men hang pictures versus women? I'll send it to you. It's funny.
Oh, there's Addie. It's way down. We couldn't find it either.
Like I know I saw it.
A mile.
I saw it last night. I know it's there somewhere.
I think
We've been going, yeah.
I was waiting for the thumbs up.
Oh, sorry, I did tell you, but we were talking about pink tools.
Awesome. All right. Welcome to County Commission this morning. Today's Monday, the 12th of August, 2024. To start it off this morning, we've asked Wendy Jessen, our Children's Justice Center, whatever you are, our director, if she'd lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and our Assessor Karsten Reed, if he would lead us in a prayer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our Father in heaven, we're thankful to be gathered here today. We're thankful for this great nation and for this great state that we live in, and especially thankful to attend to the matters of our county. And ask thee to bless us with thy spirit today, that we may be able to make correct decisions and just decisions. I say this in the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. All right. So we've got two sets of minutes. Marilyn sloughed for both. Fine. So we've got our minutes from our regular July 8th, 2024 meeting. Is there any question, discussion, anything? If not, I would consider a motion to approve the July 8th meeting.
So moved.
All second. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. And then the July 9th meeting, which was a special meeting.
Let's see, that's not listed on our agenda.
John?
Oh, that's
Yeah,
closed.
it is.
Sorry.
It's
It
under
was
approved minutes under that.
Approved
9A.
minutes and.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
East
looking at
End
claims.
up-
I
yeah.
apologize.
No, it's okay.
Okay. And July
July 9th.
9th? I'll move to approve the July 9th minutes.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So, you write my name on those real quick.
While you're doing that, do you want me to approve the claims?
That'd be awesome.
I would move for approval of claims for payment from July 8th, 2024 to July 21st, 2024.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hang on.
Oh, hang on. What? Is
Well,
that not right?
We were pushing it pretty hard, and I think Chanel may have made a mistake there.
That seems like. Yeah, let's amend it if we need to.
The wrong dates.
July 8th, was it July 8th?
It should be July 22nd through
Oh, this.
August 11th.
So we just did the same ones twice that we did last
They're
time.
doubly approved.
11th.
Yes.
Okay, so
get that?
I will,
Yeah, she did.
yeah, I will amend my motion to be July 22nd through August 11th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
All right.
Fixed.
Fixed.
Thank you.
Yep.
Those for John.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to our department reports this morning. I don't see any attorneys.
He was here. He'll probably be back in a minute.
All right,
I know he's
Maybe move on.
had
Yeah.
hearings this morning. so-
that's fine. Move on to the Children's Justice Center. Wendy, come on down.
You have anything going on this week?
I'm so,
Thank you.
These got to you guys because I
Oh,
realized the day after I mailed them.
They did now.
they didn't know.
So,
Man, that's fancy.
Yeah.
thanks.
okay, so yeah, we do have a ton going on this week. I guess the first big major thing is that we have our ribbon cutting and open house on Friday. We'll start that at 10:30 with the ribbon cutting. We've got some state officials coming, as well as local, and we're really excited about that. And then we'll have an open house to follow until about 2:30 in the afternoon to let people tour and just learn what it is we do. I find that a lot of people actually don't know what the Children's Justice Center does, and that we, there's some misnomers that they think that we house children there, or sometimes they think we're the justice court and they want to pay their speeding tickets and stuff, and we redirect them. But
Just take it and put it in the fund.
well, no, that doesn't sound very legal.
Then
The
deny it when
commissioner told me
they have
to.
a warrant later. Then be like,
But as far as, we've just started fiscal year 25 for, as far as our VOCA and state funding go. For VOCA funding, for this fiscal year, we have $200,849.42 allotted to our center, and for state funding, $223,591. And things went well last year. With that, we did have some additional funding through the state to go toward our building, and that was a huge help. Took a lot of stress off of my shoulders. As far as that goes, just trying to figure out how to do furniture and all of the things that we need for that building to make sure it is a welcoming, inviting, warm place for children, and that we have the things that we need for that. But things are a little crazy with the move. Maybe potentially the most expensive movers we've ever had, because we had the county attorney's office out there helping on Friday. As well, we had some members from Chamber of Commerce and Rotary help us last week as well, just moving lots and lots of boxes. You always think, if you've moved, you think, oh, it's not that big of a deal, it's going to be fine, but it just goes on, and we're mostly over there. My office is in boxes, so hopefully we cover everything we need to today. But we're also doing, we're a special feature in the Festival of Homes, which starts Labor Day weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday of that weekend, from noon to 7 p.m. And then the following weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, noon to 7. So that'll be a time we're going to have a bit of a self-guided tour with posters in there that explain what all of these different rooms are for, to help people understand the function of the Children's Justice Center. So it's a huge piece of awareness. for the community to help them know what we do. We also, the Friends Board has their CJC golf tournament fundraiser coming up September 13th, and the Dancing with the Community Stars November 19th. So those are in swing. They haven't announced the dancers yet, but that should be coming up pretty soon. And then since my last report, I think we skipped the last one, but we have 2 new employees. Jessica Brindley is our part-time employee, and then Brenda Valle, she is starting week 4 this week. And Brenda actually came to us as an intern all during spring semester, and she was fantastic. And through interviews, she was chosen to fill our empty spot. And a huge addition with both of these employees are that they are native Spanish speakers. And so that is a huge asset for our community, especially when we have language barriers. And, you know, we've been working to make sure we are having interpreters when we have people of different languages come through our center to make sure we're serving them the way they need to be. So they're working on trainings that are required by the National Children's Alliance and the state, as well as just learning how to do the job. And any questions so far on that? Okay. On the statistics page, you can see that we're up to 136 interviews so far this year. That's just 2024, and 41 medical exams. And on the back side, we've had 74 sessions of therapy that have served 29 different clients so far this year through our contracted mental health professionals. Any questions or anything?
Just a question on your open house.
Mm-hmm.
And ribbon cutting's at 10:30.
Mm-hmm.
I anticipate that being tight doing our jail open house, and then yours. Will you wait for us if we're a little bit late?
Maybe.
Because I don't. I mean, we're gonna have to start right on time on the jail thing, right at 9, and then I mean, we'll have it'll take us half an hour to get out there.
You know, I was talking to Shalon about who's going to speak. Maybe we could address that. Chop, chop.
Yep. 1 minute.
It's Mike.
I
Stick
know
the
that I've
shovels
got to
in the
speak
dirt and run.
It is not going to be a drawn out speech. It will be brief.
You can have a
I was laughing when
install
Shalon
a red light on the podium that says your time is up.
Right.
when
I'll
you
John
need to
sit in the
put
front row with a red card.
We're just going to wire a taser to the podium. Oh, okay. I think
It's time.
Yeah, we had that scheduled and sent it out, and then I heard that the jail groundbreaking had switched days, and I'm like, no. So we'll try. We'll see what we can do and delay. And
The sheriff wasn't going to be there the day before, so we.
yeah, that's
we will get
Switch.
there on time.
Yeah, we'll be
okay.
there.
It'll be good. It'll be great.
Your swag is done. It got
Excellent.
done last night.
Cool.
I haven't seen it in person, but I think it'll be cool.
You bringing that day? Okay.
Yeah, I'll take care of it. I'll
Okay.
get it before. I'll get it to you prior to that day.
Okay. Cool. Sounds awesome. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Justice Court. You guys, one or both of you, come on down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. This should be really painless, quick and easy. First sheet I have there is the budget, and we are through, this is through July. We are on budget. Nothing even looks problematic. I think we adjusted nicely for the witness and interpreter fees, and they got another raise. They're going to $57 an hour, and now they get 2-hour minimum. So
I got to go get certified.
you need to.
Holy
Right.
cow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Gotta learn the language.
I mean, literally. I mean, 15 minutes of work, you're entitled to $114.
I always just did it as a favor.
That's if you're state approved. You know, there's
Right.
there,
That's what I say, I gotta get
there's
certified.
conditional approvals, and
Wow.
yeah, it is what it is. And the thing is, if we want to have their services, we need to pay what the state courts are, and the state's authorized to pay. Otherwise, they're not going to work for us. Moving on to staffing, we are fully staffed. We are having a little bit of a transition. We've got one of our young ladies, Caitlin, that 4.5 years ago promised and committed to 2 years. She was an ag major, and her family owns a ranch in the Moab area. As a matter of fact, a lot of the filming for the Kevin Costner saga was filmed on their family's ranch, and a lot of those buildings were built there. Well, it's now time for her and her husband to move there and potentially start taking over that family ranch. So, wishing her all the best. She's with us possibly through the end of the month. She's given her notice. And we were very fortunate because we had left one young lady on our roster, and she did accept our position. So she'll start September 3rd. So that will kind of out with the old and in with the new, and we're really excited to have her. She'll be Jennifer presenting about that later on. And she does speak a little bit of Spanish, does understand and can read. So I think that'll be helpful because we've never had anybody that even has the remote ability. We have to tell them to call back with someone, that can help translate. As far as the reports, the Justice Court recap, we were down on DUIs for this quarter. I was surprised because I see so many of them, but we were slightly down on our domestic violence, which is a good thing. Although theft and assaults were up, as well as the controlled substances in terms of what was being cited. And we're slightly up in terms of citations, but I would say, we're still in the consistent with the past year or two. And as far as the revenue collected is up 89,000. What we've dispersed to the state up 37,000 plus, and then what we're retained for the county is up 51, almost 52,000. And the only other thing is just always for your information is that citation comparison. And Cedar City, I know they're down about 7 officers.
Really?
Yeah, and they did lose their biggest traffic patrol rider to SUU, because they had been writing last year a lot more citations than their. Yeah.
Yeah, they just restocked with two of
With
ours.
2 of ours.
So,
Oh, did they?
So they're not as far down.
Yeah.
But we are.
Anyway, that is all that I have for you. Unless you have any questions for me, we're doing good. Everybody's, we're in a good place and we're doing good.
Awesome.
oh, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Victims Advocate. Jaden, come on up. You, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Come, Sam.
Okay. So, I missed you last May, I think it was. I think you kind of had a light crew last time we were supposed to present, but that was actually the first day that our new advocate started, and so things were a little bit crazy that morning trying to get her set up and on her way. So, but so far this year, our program under the Sheriff's Office has served a total of 410 crime victims. The highest crime victimizations still continue to be domestic violence and child sexual abuse. Following closely behind is adult physical assaults as well as adult sexual assaults. So those tend to be the same high numbers that we see all the time. So we're working with the CJC all the time and obviously helping people within the community with domestic violence issues. Whether those result in criminal charges or not, it just kind of depends on what evidence they have and what we can do. But
The most common services that we typically provide to these clients, a big part of it's information, as well as referrals to different helpful agencies. We make sure they're informed as to what's the next step. The most common question that we get is what's next after we chat to somebody first. Just letting them know who's going to be in contact with them, what happens throughout the investigation process or the court process. Those are big things that people are usually kind of in the dark about. Many have, our repeat victims that we've seen before and served before. Then we have others that are brand new and have never experienced something like this before. And so that information is really helpful.
It's remarkable that this didn't exist in the past. I mean, really, how lost were people?
Yeah, I mean, we had
Which is
Jessica and whoever's been in the county attorney's office before Jessica, but if charges were never filed, nobody got any services. And so that was only if charges were filed or if somebody reached out to them. And so, yeah, we're definitely a helpful
benefit.
thing to have. We have a lot of people doing a lot of the same things, but just at different stages of the process. So another thing that we obviously do is help them throughout the criminal justice process, keep them informed of what's going on. That's one of their victim rights, is to be informed as to what's going on, as well as civil justice system, helping them with protective orders and kind of guiding them through that process as well. This year so far, we've responded on scene 10 times to assist victims and officers with any immediate needs that people need, whether that's immediate safety concerns, getting them into a hotel, whatever things that they feel like they need that can't wait until either Monday or following the holiday, things like that. So far, just kind of some program highlights. We've attended all of our victim services trainings this year. We did lose Taylor Wallach, who was our victim advocate out of CCPD. She graduated from SUU. She planned on staying with us, but she quickly realized that she couldn't afford to live here. So she had to go once she was getting kicked out of her student housing apartment with her not being in school anymore. So she ended up moving back to Georgia and is actually working for the state there. So she's doing pretty well, but we were sad to leave her or have her leave us. But we did hire Savannah Gardner to fill the vacant position that's working out of CCPD. She started in May, and she's doing pretty well. She's finished her 40-hour training, which is required by the state for anybody to do any direct victim services with somebody as a victim advocate. She previously interned with Washington City PD with their victim advocate there, so she comes with a little bit of experience, has done a couple protective orders, and is familiar with the criminal justice process. So she's been able to pick up pretty easy. The papers that I gave you guys are just informational, something to know about what's happening with the federal VOCA funds as well as at the state level. They're working on a Crime Victims Fund Stabilization Act. The Crime Victims Fund is what feeds VOCA, that allows us to apply for grant funds. That's been low and continues to decline every year. Last time that we applied for grants, we had to cut, they told us roughly 20%. We ended up just cutting an entire position and just got rid of the third position when we had that opportunity, when we had all those changes. We're doing fine with the two positions so far. So we're working on that, but that was a big cut that we made. They've kind of just given a heads up that, hey, we're trying to stabilize this fund, but at the same time, just be aware that there may be cuts that they're asking for in the coming years too. So just be mindful of that. The way that we have it worked out right now, the county's not responsible for a lot of things. We obviously front everything, all the money, but all that usually gets reimbursed. A big part of our cash match or funds that we're supposed to be paying at the local level is coming from CCPD, just because of the high volume of cases that they have, and Darren's been very aware of that and very supportive of the program. And so just something to be aware of, nothing that we have to do with right now, but just something you can look over and when you have some time. That's all that I've got. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Not for me. Oh, we
Okay.
appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Karsten, are you here because you weren't the last time?
Yep.
Perfect.
Yes. Morning.
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 couple things. We had our assessor summer workshop. The state tax commission gave a couple presentations. The biggest change from the tax commission is that there's not forever there's been a county rep that services our county. Our most recent representative his name is Mark, but the state's making a ton of changes because of pressure from the governor's office and taxpayer association. And one of the big changes is that they are sort of dismantling their tax rep, county tax rep organizational structure. So we don't have in fact, no county has a tax rep anymore as of this last month. And that's actually a big change. We've always had an individual tax rep that we work with at the state, our county works with. And so they've gone to a kind of a more general method where we can contact any of the different representatives from the state for a particular specialty that they have. So we don't have a tax rep anymore. Mainly they worked with Luke in my office, but if you're wondering about an individual tax rep, or if you ever need to get a hold of somebody, you can just now call the state and work with or ask for any of the reps. So that's a kind of a bigger change. But I wanted to also just discuss the DMV really quickly, because that's a big point of contention. And you all know that, as a county grows, new growth is the only way for there to be a budget add. And for us, our assessing and collecting levy, the only way we can add an assessor is by money that comes into that levy. So in theory, as the county grows, we can use that assessing and collecting levy to add an assessor. And the challenge with our office is that our budget is nearly identical to the other Class 3 counties. So you've got Box Elder and Tooele. And I was trying to figure out how we can finance another assessor, because we're in a kind of a bind, and it's challenging to get our work done. And in looking at that, at their budgets, I realized, well, their budgets are exactly the same as ours, but they're not subsidizing a DMV. They're not paying for a bunch of DMV employees out of their budget. And so we've got the same budget, but we have to operate with a much smaller personnel budget for assessors. We're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars and being reimbursed very little by the DMV, in most cases under $100,000 a year, and it's costing us several $100,000 to operate the DMV. So we've made a lot of, in fact, the original DMV contract with the state that we're working on was signed in the early 90s, when minimum wage was $3. And so our reimbursement is our reimbursement from the state to the county is based upon this contract that's, 35 years old. And that really is just hamstringing us as a county, and particularly our office. It's really, really challenging, because we're using our funds that we really should be using to hire assessors to operate a state function. So we've, my initial conversations with the state, it wasn't just me, it's lots of other assessors that are struggling. They just told us to go pound sand, but after talking with Evan and trying to go the legislative route, they've now opened up a discussion, and it sounds like they're going to make significant changes to our reimbursement, at least in theory, to cover the cost of the operation of the DMV. So I think that's good news. I am going to request one of our commissioners to come up with me to have that discussion and that negotiation with the Division of Motor Vehicles. And so just wanted you all to be aware of that. I also, the last thing I kind of wanted to discuss was
just our tax roll and some of the challenges we've had. And I've invited, I have Zilda up here and Trevor. Trevor's the statistical supervisor for our office. He's going to kind of give you a little bit of context and kind of an update on the challenges we've had. We moved from something called override to cost. It's a big change. It encompassed over 40,000 parcels. And it was in the software that we're using. And I'm going to have Trevor come up and talk about that for a minute.
Yeah, so Carson asked me to give you kind of a crash course of our program. It is extremely complicated. I'll kind of give you a history. One of the reasons we went to Puma from RealWare was our old cost system. RealWare, we were 27 versions behind our cost tables. And that was just because RealWare was not updating us on our cost tables. So in order to become compliant with the state, we had to do factoring. And so we were factoring every year to get compliant with the state. And so then when we converted to Puma, we went from 27 versions behind to now all of a sudden we're up to date. And so we had to go back in and reverse all those factors. And we're still going back in and reversing all those factors. And so it was kind of a muddled, complicated process, and we're still in the process of it. Other counties also, when they converted to Puma, we kind of waited on this conversion to Puma so that they would hopefully iron out some of the details, which ended up not being the case. And so when we converted over to Puma, they told us we're going to convert everything into override, which is basically we're going to take your cost value that was in RealWare and put it straight into Puma. That value that was in RealWare, we're going to put it straight into Puma. But you can't keep an override value because Puma, first of all, doesn't support override values. And second of all, you'd have to continue to do those factorings every year. And so we didn't want to do that. So our first year in Puma, we moved 1/5 of the county from that override value to the cost value, and that's where we're reversing factors, getting it to the value that we feel is correct, getting it to that cost value, which is where it should be. We were asked by the state this year to, instead of doing another 1/5 of the county and just doing it in a 5-year cycle, we were asked by the state to go ahead and just do the rest of the county. Because other counties that have done it in that 5-year cycle have run into a lot of issues doing it that way, and so they said just rip off the Band-Aid, do all of them this year. It's going to be easier in the long run. In that process, like Carson said, it was over 40,000 parcels that we went in individually, and we tried to hit each parcel to make sure that the value looked correct. And that was obviously a huge task. There are 7 of us. There's over 50,000 parcels in Iron County. That puts us at over 7,000 parcels for each appraiser, which is, in itself is a huge task. And it's not just 7,000 parcels that here's your 7,000 parcels. Inside each parcel in our cost system, there's 30 different things that can factor a value. And so we're talking each parcel with 30 different things that can, we're talking hundreds of thousands of possibilities when we're trying to cost these parcels and these improvements. So it is a very daunting task. I feel like we did a pretty decent job in doing that 4/5 of the county. Yes, there are people calling and complaining that there are errors, and I know people are getting sick of hearing that, yes, there's conversion errors. Well, you told me that last year. Well, yeah, we're still in the process of going, and I'm hoping that each year we go forth, there are less and less conversion errors. But that's kind of the process, and that's kind of, a crash course. If you want to come down, we can take you through each parcel and show you exactly what we've done. But it was a very, very daunting task and very, very difficult to do this last year. But we were able to get all the county converted over. And so we are now in the process of making sure that all those costs are correct and that everyone is treated fairly and equitably. So, any questions?
Sometimes when you rip a Band-Aid off, it's pretty bloody. So that's what happened. But yeah.
So are you anticipating a lot of appeals?
This year, yeah, we've got quite a few. We've
had quite a few so far, but yeah.
You probably will get more.
Probably. But yeah, it's needless to say, it's like he was saying, there's a lot of parcels per appraiser. It's not perfect, but we have a really good team and a really excellent team. Exilda is one of our fearless leaders. She does a tremendous job, but we just have an office of really highly qualified people. And when you look at the budget, and I think my point was, if you look at our budget, we really are extremely efficient relative to our counterparts. In fact, we're, $400,000 more efficient if you look at just the budget itself. So, yeah. So those are.
I have one
comments.
more question about the DMV.
Yeah.
So you said that how many of the other counties use the state? The state actually does their.
Every county that's class 3 and lower, the state relies on the county
To do them.
operate the DMV. Class 4 counties, Washington County has their own state-run DMV. Davis County does, but not Cache County. Cache County is also class 4, and they are they have a similar problem. His budget is, I think, $700,000 just to run the DMV.
Hey, cash is higher than.
You're saying that backwards.
Or, sorry.
Cash is a
2 instead of
2,
4.
yeah, not a 4.
Yeah.
Cache is a 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cache County, like Washington County, is class 2, and Washington County has their own DMV. Cache does not, and Cache is spending this huge amount of money to operate their DMVs, and he can't add an assessor. He's kind of like us, where he needs to add assessors, and it's just very difficult to do when a big portion of your budget is going towards a DMV. And so he's in the same boat as we are, and he's actually the one that's also really clamoring for a change with the reimbursement.
It sounds to me like the main thing, we just need to support updating that old contract.
Yeah, it's
Current pricing.
Initially the discussion
Is it
was,
that simple?
that's what I thought. I thought it would be super simple.
Maybe
but
it's the legislature that we need to
said that
talk to.
the first time I talked to Monty, he's the person that's at the state tax commission. His boss actually is the one that called me, or his direct supervisor is. But he just said, you have to get every county that is a member of this contract to sign a new contract. We don't do individual contracts with individual counties. And I'm like, okay, well, that's, then I tried to get everybody on board, but then it was still the same thing. Well, we're not going to do this. And you can just pound sand. And so.
How many? So all 3rd, 4th, and 5th class counties are under that same contract.
Of them, yeah. And then Cache, and I think
It seems like
Cache
to
and
me that that's not very fair, that they fund some and do some and not others, and especially in the smaller counties. I think that's something we need to talk to our legislatures about.
Ironically, we're probably in a better position to float that than, say, like a Duchesne.
Yes,
Well, the difference-
absolutely.
Duchesne has it really rough because they also have 2 DMVs, and the assessors there don't run the DMVs. They're like our county where we hire. A lot of the counties, it's the assessor that also 1 or 2 days a week is the DMV person. So it's not like they're hiring a separate person and it's a big financial loss. It's just another duty that and the assessor may be the only employee in the office. But in counties like ours, it's a tremendous drain on our budget because we're hiring people that have nothing to do with assessing or collecting. We're just
Carson, I
running
will
that
go.
state.
I will go into battle with you, shoulder.
Yeah, it's kind of been point of contention.
And maybe it needs to be more funded through
Well, that's-
the state,
I
through
think
the
that's
the
legislature, for sure.
And instead of battle, maybe we take him to lunch and talk it through. But I mean,
Yeah, there you go.
Amenable
There
to
you
that.
go.
That tax commission is pretty miserable to work with that particular
Rancho.
matter. Yeah. So
I know it's a bone of contention, and we are at the other end of the hall from you, and we
yeah.
see, so.
Yeah, it'd be great if the state, because we send them a ton of money and they send us very little back to provide the service. So anyways, alrighty.
Okay, thanks,
you.
Carson.
Thanks,
We
Carson.
just quit sending them the money. Keep it.
We'll just keep it and then
We just
can,
terminate the contract.
there you go.
Commission. Nobody from the, well, I was going to put Sammy on the spot, but then he walked
was
out.
here.
And
He
again.
walked out and got on the phone. So, Marilyn.
Okay, I got a whole page. I'll try to hurry through it. On the 25th of July, Bruce Anderson and the road department got a little luncheon. They did a little cooked hamburgers there at the road department, and we went over, Paul and I went over to it. It was nice because they have worked really, really hard. As you all remember, the year before, we had a ton of damage on the roads, and we didn't get any chip seal hardly done at all last year. So we had to double up this year, and they have worked really hard, and we are just completing our chip seal. I saw on Facebook somebody complaining about the rocks and the chip seal. That is the way that we maintain our roads, and we have to do that. It's a big deal. Somebody said, oh, it's a cheap way. Well, it's the way that we maintain our roads, and Cedar City does the same. And it's just a really, really great way to maintain those roads, and it's still very expensive. The oil has gone up double or triple, and everything, like everything else that we know and understand about that. I'd like to give
The funny thing is, I never had a problem, but I always go the speed limit when they put up
That's
those
the problem.
signs. They want to go fast, and
'Cause our
chip seal gets
everybody's in a hurry.
washboarded. Yeah,
Yep. So we are cleaning off. We're having our gel, like we talked about earlier, on this Friday at 9 o'clock. Our gel groundbreaking, not the ribbon cutting. I wish we were at that point. And I wanted to give a shout out. Dustin Woods is the one that is clearing that property and getting ready for Cornerstone to come in and start. We'll lay a cement pad there for them to start pouring up the concrete vaults that will be the actual cells in the round cells. Last week, we had a little flooding issue out to the landfill. We ended up having to close the landfill for a couple hours. It rained so hard that we had big, huge rocks going out on it, and it just wasn't safe to go down in the pit. So Jeremy shut the landfill for a couple hours, and I hope people will understand, when we do have to do that it's important that we take safety into account, that we don't have a problem with that. We had so it actually flooded across Iron Springs Road and put debris on that. Just mostly dirt and that, but and then out on Antelope Road there was some flooding there on that big wash that goes across Antelope Road. So a shout out to Hazen and Dean. They went out that morning and on their day off, and of course they get paid, but they were willing to go out and clean that all up and haul some dirt out there. And then the Jeremy and the landfill department went in and early and cleared off the Iron Springs Road so it'd be ready for people bringing their garbage and that out on that day too. So Bruce was out of town last week, and of course you always have issues when somebody's out of town, but I just want to give a shout out to Justin and Jeremy. They just took care of stuff. They did a great job, and I'm just so appreciative to them. They both called me and made me aware, because a lot of times the commissioners get phone calls whenever we have issues. So, and a lot of times if we don't know, if they don't call us, we're not aware of it, and then we have to track people down and all of that. So that was really nice. We had a meeting on the 29th. It was the fairground master plan. We since we took that over, we've done some great improvements. The fair building is being redone. We've done a lot of that with tourism money. We put a new grassy area, so in front of the other bleachers, we had the one that you could set your chairs up, and now we've got a grassy area that they can use blankets. And sometimes that's really nice during the fair that the kids, so we've got one of the Lieutenant Humphreys back here giving me dirty looks, but I know that's hard for them, but it's really nice for parents to be down on that lawn, because the kids want to run around and they want to do their thing, and it's hard to keep them sat down and stop drill. So anyway, what we've decided to do is back off, and I'm very sad about this because I'll be gone because I was really pushing for a barn and we had money put away for that. But we feel like we need to do a master plan of the fairgrounds so we know where everything is, locations. So we will be putting out an RFP on bids for that master plan. And there's the companies that do that type of thing. And I think it's going to be really important for the county to have that master plan, especially with the new development that is going around the fairgrounds. So on the 29th too, we had a fair dinner. Jamie and Greg Evans, the fair director, was there. Dan and Wendy Jessen was there, and myself, and we were able to visit with those girls that are running. And then this last Saturday they had the competition, and it was just really, really nice. It was beautiful. Karen Entz is our queen director, and she does such a fabulous job. She keeps threatening to quit, and I told her, you cannot. She does such a great job. But the queen was Ashton Giles. The junior queen was Reagan Reynolds. And then, of course, the others, and they'll probably come to commission in the next few days, in the next week or two, to introduce herself and give their platforms and all of that. So that's always great. Maria and I are on a committee. It's called ZRC. It's Zion Regional Collaborative, and we hosted that in Canaryville, and it was nice. It's mostly the outlying areas, Springdale, Laverican, and those outlying areas that are affected by Zion and need to collaborate together, and we've been a part of that. And so they wanted to get out of St. George, so we accommodated them. And a shout out to Canaryville that let us be there. They wanted to go to Canaryville and to a different community, and we had I forgot that little gal's name that's over the Canary Falls. Do you remember her name?
I don't remember.
Anyway, she gave us a presentation. That was really nice. The thing that's, and then we had Mike Worthen there talking about the history of that whole mess that was a garbage dump, and they had all those people parking everywhere and all other stuff. Anyway, and we got it all worked out. It's been a big, huge benefit. The Canaryville has had to deal with it. They were the one that should be able to deal with it, and it's actually 70% of their budget is supplied by Canary Falls, which is awesome. Really neat for them. Of course, the fair is coming up. We're really excited about that. This weekend coming up is a demolition derby. Get your tickets. You can go on our website, ironcounty.net, or or there's the booklets that been put out, and they've had trouble with the QR codes, but the one on the front does work. So use it if you use those codes. Then the next weekend is the junior rodeo with the mini bowls, mud bogs, and team sorting. And then, of course, Labor Day weekend is all on the 27th. They start taking entries for the exhibits, get the booklet, and check into all of those different activities, team roping, barrel racing, and then, of course, the rodeo and the ranch rodeo and the carnival and all the exhibits. So, anyway. Sorry I took so much, but busy week.
Paul.
So I've been working on some stuff with the jail for working with Cedar City Engineering Department, and what we've come down to is we have a 3-inch and a 2-inch connection at the old jail, the current jail we're using. And with the calcs, the architect gave the engineering department, it's going to take, for our 2-pod jail we're building, it's going to take a 3-inch meter. And so rather than spend a couple $100,000 buying 13 acre feet of water, they're going to let us, and Paul Bittman did a MOU with the county. He sent that to us. I had Sam reword that a little bit. What Layton Construction is asking for is to initially, when you start a construction project, they use a temporary meter that they hook to a fire hydrant, and then they'd have to take it in every month and pay the retail cost of the water they use. And so we'll do that initially to start the construction for the jail. But as soon as the water line's installed, Layton is asking the city if we could install that 3-inch meter and pay the retail use of the water through the construction stage. And then once we start moving inmates into the jail, we'll switch that over to the 3-inch and then disconnect our other 3-inch meter at the old jail. And that'll be a straight across swap. That won't cost us, according to what we've got going right now, won't cost us any.
We'll just have to pay the higher rate during construction.
Correct. But it's so much easier while you're doing construction because you don't have to worry about freezing and all those things. So it's going to be, initially I thought it'd be just like a month overlap, but Ed Defner from Layton's wanting like a 20 to 24 month overlap. So, and bottom line is the inmates and the jail, they're either going to be using the water at the old one or the new one. So and the nice thing about the new jail is the flows, like I think the toilets at the old jail are about 3.6 gallons per flush, and the new one will be like 1.6. So between that and the swamp coolers we won't be using at the new jail, it'll be refrigerated. Mike Gibbs thinks we'll actually use less water at the new jail than we are at the old one. And they also have that 2-inch meter too that we'll leave at the old jail for the lawn and for the building in case we sell that for whoever buys it.
I really appreciate your efforts on that. I know you're still reporting, but also Paul Bittman for being willing to do that. That was a big worry as far as how that might play out for us. So I think that's probably the best case scenario.
They've been really good to work with. And, we had a meeting this last week with Mike Platt called a meeting. It was a really good meeting. We met some from the county staff, and Ed Defner and Rich Wilson, our engineer, and Jonathan Stathis, and who else? Terry Palmer, I believe, was there. And I asked them if we could. So you've got the jail site, and right across. It's actually north of the railroad tracks, right behind that church on 56, the locksmith shop in the church. There's a recharge basin there that Cedar City did years ago. They dug 2 big trenches, and then they dug another trench, and they harvested. It's really good gravel there, and they harvested gravel to do the runway expansion. That was their match for that project. And I asked Paul Bittman if we could harvest more gravel out of that to just make the hole bigger and make a better recharge, and he said yes. And so that should save us a lot of money having the material right on site where we can harvest that gravel. You just put it in a rock trunk and haul it, a few hundred yards, and you're building that pad with materials right on site. And so so what they're going to do is when they do the bidding for the excavation, they'll do that as a deduct option in their bidding, so that those that bids, they'll say, hey, if you tell us how much less your bid's going to be if you can have the material on site.
Sourced,
So I would imagine that's going to save it. And Ed Defner, I took him out there from Layton after our meeting and showed him, and he was giddy about that option. So, so that was good. We had the Cedar Beaver Watershed Council meeting over in Milford, over the fairgrounds in Beaver County. That was good. It was good to be involved in that. They've set up these watershed councils all over the state, the legislature, and there's not a lot happening with some of them, but you need to have a seat at the table on those. If you don't have a seat at the table, you're going to be on the menu, and so you have to be involved in. And that's in the future. Any money that comes down from the legislature will probably be funneled and approved by those commissions. So it's good to be involved in that. We're still dealing with some flooding in the Westview subdivision on 800 South. 800 South, right, Reed? Is that right there by the substation? We did that crosscut, Bruce, and the road department did a beautiful job on that, and it's working really good. The problem we're having is that water, and we cleaned that ditch in the spring, but it's clear full of weeds again. We need to start cleaning that twice a year. But the challenge right now is they had a really big downpour down there, and all of the water from that whole area, from up on the hill, 4B Ranch, all of that drains to that corner. And the crosscut was working really well, but the water backs up. Those culverts going underneath the substation driveways. There's one on the east and one on the west of their property. They're not handling the water. We really need to do probably some box culverts under those driveways. I've got a meeting with Tom Heaton and the power company supervisor over that substation tomorrow morning at 9. We're going to talk about how we can improve that. Another thing we've done also is Rich has talked to the SUU about, and it was great because they were kind of thinking the same thing. What we're going to do is try to work a deal with an agreement where we lease, like for 100 years at a really small amount of money, probably $1 a year or something, a corner of that hayfield just right there where that water collects, and we'll dig a great big it'll probably be more like a retention basin versus detention, because I don't think it'll have anywhere to release. But what we'll do is dig a big retention basin, and then the SUU will they've got a grant to put in a pump and some pipes. So when that fills up with water, they can use that and pump it out and use it on their hay. And so we can use that water so it's not going out to Quitchpon and some of it being wasted.
The cost to pump it onto your field is way cheaper than pumping it clear from underneath the ground.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be a win-win for both of us. And I think between the box culverts and that deal with SU, I think it's going to be a real win-win and really solve some of those flooding issues out there. So we're going to be working on that. We took a trip. Marilyn and I went up with Rich Wilson, the Upper Kolob Basin Road. We still have some issues with the private property owners putting up no trespassing signs when people have a right. That's a prescriptive easement road, and we took down probably 20 signs that say no trespassing. If they were perpendicular to the road that said no trespassing, we took them down. If they were parallel to the road, we didn't. And so we're probably going to create some language and have the county make some signs that just basically says, notice this is a public road. You have a right to use it, but please be respectful of the private property on both sides.
Stay on the road.
Stay on the road,
Mm-hmm.
and no hunting and all those things. So we'll probably put something on there that says if you remove this sign, it's going to be a $5,000 fine. So we're going to get
I've
a
got
little more
I've
aggressive.
had several complaints about them trying to shut that road, and it's for the property owners on our side of the hill. It's just a huge way to get over to Kolob. It's just there's so much further to go around that it just is really important. Bruce, yes, come up to the mic, please.
So Justin, Bruce
Who are you?
Iron County Road, thanks. Justin and I went up there and observed them signs, and Washington County wants to know what we're doing so they can do the same thing on their side. They have the exact same issue.
They already
reached
took theirs
out to me.
down. Gil Almquist called me, and he's taking theirs down from the Washington side coming this
Right,
way. And
so
we
they
went,
just,
yeah.
if we could do that mutually and together, that'd really help out. So if we send a letter,
Sides.
it could be signed by Washington County as well.
Right, and I've been working with Gil Almquist, the commissioner there, on that. So
Yeah, they've been asking me for that as well.
thank you.
Yep.
So we got that going on. And then the last thing I have, we had our monthly government affairs. Actually, I think we do it bi-monthly now, but government affairs meeting with the Home Builders Association, and I represent I represent the commission on that board. So, and that's I think all I have.
All right, I'm going to be super quick. There's just a couple of things that I'm going to talk about. Number one, as far as the flooding on the west side that flooded out some of those roads and trails, I believe that we finally made it through the FEMA process. As far as
Been quite a process.
that has been a process. George Colson, our emergency manager,
Has worked tirelessly.
It's
He
just,
is
yeah, I
awesome.
wasn't sure how to. He may have yelled at some people
Yeah.
at times, but I think that we are through that process and got that approval. John and I met with CIB, the Community Impact Board. If you remember, we've asked for money from the CIB to fund a feasibility study to look at a fire district. We have been approved for the funding as of this last week. John and I
Good.
had a CIB interview, I guess you'd call it, to make sure that we had crossed our T's and dotted our I's, and they were.
Did you go to the committee meeting, or did you?
We did it via Zoom.
So it's for feasibility studies, it's a different process. Staff can approve them without the full board. And so this one, they only do 50% match. So the budget is $50,000 for a feasibility study, 25 of which Iron County will have to pay. And we're approved on their end. And then, so we've been kind of just collecting, before we actually do the RFP, we've been collecting names of firms that might do it. Gary Zabriskie had a couple of suggestions, so did Marcus Keller. So that's kind of where we are on that. Is we're to the point where
We should
with
be
the
able
commission's
to.
approval, we'll
Yeah, should be
the
to the RFP. That took a while, but it's done. The only other thing I'm going to mention, Children's Justice Center. We've got the ribbon cutting this coming week. Everybody's dug in and helped with that project, but specifically the other night, so Jennifer Bradbury, our HR director, she was headed out of town for a couple of days vacation at the end of the week. She felt bad that she wasn't a little bit more involved. So she came over to the Children's Justice Center the other night with her vacuum from home, vacuumed the entire property because she wanted to pitch in. We ended up moving, Dan, Jessen, and I, and our wives, Wendy and Amy, and Jen, after she finished her vacuuming. We moved a big pile of rocks. Dan had his skid steer, but we had to hand load the rocks into the skid steer to move it to where it needed to be anyway. That's just, an example of so many people have reached out. But the fact that Jen, and she called me, I was on my way home from Parowan, and she called me and just said she was headed over there and wanted to know, it was going to be open if I wanted to come and see the new furniture. And then, it turned into a work project. But Jen was headed over there with her vacuum.
That was a trick to get you there.
It really was. I know.
We're not dumb, Mike.
No. We ended up. I was on my way home from Parowan, my police job. I was in my police car. Some little kids came over and said, "Hey, there's people smoking weed on the corner over there." We called the Enoch police, and they ended up making quite a large drug bust for distribution and everything
Wow.
else.
Wow.
So.
You're going to add informant to your resume.
Right. So anyway, no, there's just a lot of cooperation there. I'll end with that in the interest of time. Let's take Let's try and come back at quarter after. We'll probably be just a little bit longer. We've
Yeah.
just got a few things we need to take care of in the interim, and we'll be back in 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes ish.
Cool.
Can I get a quick
All right. Welcome back. We're at Iron County Commission meeting, Monday, the 12th day of August, 2024. We're on our 10 o'clock agenda. First item on the agenda is a public hearing, discussion, and possible approval of a proposed zone change from residential 5 acres, R5, to residential 1 acre, R1, for approximately 12.77 acres within the legal description as provided in the agenda. It's located at approximately 1150 to 1190 West, 1198 West, and 1316 West, Mid-Valley Road in Enoch, Utah. And Reed Erickson,
Good morning, Commissioners.
it's your show.
This zone change request has been made by the Mathesons, who own the 12 acres that is highlighted here. Then through the process, this is just off of Mid-Valley Road, just west of Enoch City, and it is of course all zoned R5 around it. The property is zoned R5, and then there's a little piece of R1 that's adjacent to that. So this parcel outlined in yellow here is the property that we're talking about. There was the request for 12 acres, and then we realized that there was this little piece that didn't belong to the Mathesons, that we're including in the zone change. We talked to that property owner. He's in agreement, thought that it was zoned at the time that he rezoned the rest of this property for his family. So it's 12.77 acres. It includes 5 parcels of property, 4 of the Mathesons, and then this additional property that belongs to the Maxwells. So we have property that will be served by sewer, central sewer off of Cedar City sewer system, central water from the Iron County Water Conservancy District. That's what allows us to go to 1 acre versus the 5 acre. And so their proposal, of course, their interest is to have it rezoned now, and then they'll come back with a subdivision proposal to break that down into smaller lots. They'll have 12 acres, and that will give them the ability to have 12 lots, but they're going to do not 1 acre lots, but they'll do some smaller lots that we have a provision in the code that allows for the maximum density subdivision. So the density is accomplished, but because they're on sewer, they can go smaller. And so the proposal right now is just to rezone the property. We had the Planning Commission made a recommendation to approve. We did not have any comments at the public hearing or have heard from any neighbors or anything regarding the zone change. So we need to hold a public hearing, and then we can discuss further.
Great. Okay, Chair declares the public hearing open on agenda item number 1. If there are any comments? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and turn the time back over for Reed.
Of course, our criteria or evaluation considerations that we look at when we rezone property is if it's rezoned to a certain zone, is it able to be developed in that zone? What are the uses that are allowed? And we always review this list of considerations in terms of access, water, sewer, drainage, good transportation, all of those things. And so in reviewing those considerations, the Planning Commission found that it is able to be divided to 1 acre lots because of the availability of services and good access off of Mid-Valley Road. And so the recommendation was to approve.
Is this like a R4K? Are they going to use?
No, it's R1. It will be R1.
Okay.
There'll be 10, 12,000 square foot lots, but they'll be clustered down into the bottom against the road so that they can leave the upper part in agriculture and can serve sewer because it goes downhill in the back part of that. They'll use that density off the top and keep it in agriculture, but it's really going to be clustered down along the road.
Okay.
But again,
Sense.
that will just come through staff review for the zone change, but I just wanted to mention why it's being rezoned and what they can do there.
Gotcha. All right. Consider a motion.
I'll move to approve the proposed zone change from residential 5 acres, R5, to residential 1 acre, R1, for approximately 12.77 acres within the description in the agenda. And as the chair mentioned, it's at 1150, 1190, 1198 West, and 1316 West Mid-Valley Road, Enoch, Utah.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Moving on to agenda item number 2. Public hearing, discussion, and possible approval of a proposed zone change from agriculture 20 acres, A20, to rural agriculture 20 acres, RA20, for approximately 151.68 acres within the legal description as provided, located approximately 7,000 west, 4,000 south in the Cedar City area.
This property is current agricultural use with pivots on all sides. I do want to make one note on this. We will not take action today. We have advertised for public hearing, and so that's why we're having public hearing. But the Planning Commission held a public hearing as well, but didn't take action because I had forgotten to put it on the agenda after I'd advertised for it. But since they couldn't take action on that, then that will come back to their September meeting for action and make a recommendation, and it'll be back on your agenda for the September 9th meeting. So we will hold a public hearing. Describe the project and the property. We have this is located where the star is down here. You can see off of Vandenberg Road, which is 4,000 south, which is the Kenera, North Kenera interchange right here that comes off. This is the 7700 west, which is the one that was just chip sealed, the only real north-south road going through there unless you go clear around Bumblebee. So that kind of orients you to the area. The hunters are haying this right now. It belongs to the Watson family, but they've had at least, and there are several pivots out there. It's right across the street from some other 20-acre lots in here. When we look at the zoning map, you can see that all of this 20-acre stuff was zoned RA20 when we did that zone. And so this would be adjacent to the RA20 zone. As you recall, they cannot subdivide down less or more than 3 lots in the A20 zone. If it's agricultural 20, it's not intended for subdivisions, and they can simply, do like on the corners of a pivot or something. They can make some lots, but no more than 3. And so in order to do a 7-lot subdivision, they have to rezone this to RA20. And we had a couple of comments at the well, they're really more questions. People that were at the Planning Commission meeting who received the letters and the notification, and then didn't have it on the agenda, but we held the public hearing, and we'll continue to take input on that at the September Planning Commission meeting. But they're really just wanting to know, what it was going to be and how they were going to be served with water, how they were going to do sewer, and how large the lots were going to be, and that kind of thing. More curious than, and wanted information about it. So let me just mention that again, this will be a subdivision that won't come back to you because it is handled by staff because it's less than 11 lots. But as you're aware, the most subdivision lots that we can do without being on a public water system is 7. So they're doing 7 20 to 30 acre lots on this 151 acres that just takes the area that is not in the pivot, and there'll still be 3 pivots around it. As we zoom in just a little bit, you can just see that this is the front part of this larger parcel here, but will be subdivided. You can see here it's had some fencing and stuff on it in the past and used for grazing, but that's really been the extent of the use. So the proposal is to rezone this from A20 to RA20. Water would be provided by a private well on a non-public water system. They will have fire suppression water, just storage. The ordinance requires the county fire warden has allowed for non-public water systems that have more than 4 lots to provide fire flow by just having 30,000 gallons of water available on site. And so we've worked with the fire department about the location where that should be, how they can access that water, and that'll be the water for the subdivision fire flow. They will, of course, run water to each lot in the common water system. They'll drill a well there, and then the septic will be sewer will be handled by individual septic on individual lots. The roads, because they're taking access off of a already chip sealed road, even though it's RA20, their roads will be required to be chip sealed. And the subdivision, I'll just show you a little bit of
Say
how.
that again, Rick. Reed?
because because the subdivision takes access off of an already chip sealed
They have to chip
paved
seal their
road,
road.
then they'll have to chip seal their roads in the subdivision.
Interesting.
That's part of the requirement that we've made in the last couple of years ago, that rather than us.
Not for mud to track onto the road.
Well, that and the fact that we don't need the road department taking the road grader out across a bunch of paved roads to go blade a little bit of gravel. And when they're on isolated like this, there's no other gravel roads out there that they're maintaining. And so it just is a lot more efficient. It's cheaper for the
They'll
county.
bring the roads up to our spec and then
To maintain that,
seal 'em.
that's correct.
We'll
We
take
will
them.
take the roads over, will be built to the county chip seal standard, and then they'll be asphalt, or they won't be asphalt pavement, they'll be chip sealed roads, just like 4,000 South is. And so, that's the standard. The road, you can see on the right, the map on the right, there's a road that comes south off of 4,000, and then it just tees and goes over with a cul-de-sac on each side. So there are 3 lots across the bottom here, and then 4 lots here. So a lot here and here, here and here that take access off of this road, and then these lots will take access off of this road and the cul-de-sac on each end.
So they can make the minimum road.
Well, they can do the minimum road there and still access all 7 lots and
That makes sense.
with the 20 acre. Of course, this is in a tier 4 area, and here's the tier 2 boundary, and that outside of that tier 2 boundary, they cannot subdivide down less than 20 acres. So they're limited to 20 acres, even though they could do 5 on septic, they can't do smaller than 20 because of our tiering system. That's really helped us a lot. For those that are not familiar with the tiering system, it's really a general plan tool that was put in place in 1995 as part of our general plan as a growth management strategy that helps us not have leapfrog subdivisions with no services randomly all over the county that costs us a fortune to provide services to. And we already have thousands and thousands of lots that were built I won't say developed, that were
we deal with
subdivided
daily.
on paper in the 50s and 60s and 70s that you can't even find them, let alone get access to them. And every year the tax sale has a bunch of them on. They rotate. They're owned by people all over the world, and it's a mess. Would love to go back 50 years, and would probably have to go back 60 or 70 years to fix all of those problems. But
They were done in the 60s.
they were done in the 50s and 60s when MX missile, was a big talk, and there was going to be
Out
huge
on the West
need
Desert,
for
Earl.
development.
Yep.
But we have them all over the county, not just
We
in the
do.
West Desert. And so in 1995, the commission, with good foresight, recognized that we really shouldn't be having those patterns of development. And that's why out here in 20 acre lots, they can do that and still have an opportunity to develop the property. But, it's adjacent. Also, we have this other subdivision that was done here on the 20 acre lots, the Harvest Field subdivision. So, that pattern has been established out there, and it just allows the property owner to have some development on that property, but they are larger lots because of the minimal services that are available. So that's a lot more discussion than what we asked for on a zone change, but because it's a legislative decision, you're really trying to evaluate whether this is in the best interest of the county to do this kind of development and have these kind of development patterns. So with that introduction, I think we can go to the public hearing.
All right. Chair declares the public hearing on agenda item number 2 open. If there are any comments. Seeing none on agenda item number 2, close the public hearing and note that there's no action.
And we did, of course, have the evaluation considerations as we looked at all of the services that we've talked about, their ability to develop that with roads and water and sewer and have the services that are available in that area. There's power there. They'll have essentially everything but natural gas is the only thing that isn't out in that area. But it's very similar. So no action. This will be back on the agenda for the September 9th meeting after a planning commission recommendation on September 5th.
Great. Moving on to agenda item number 3. Public hearing, discussion, and possible approval of a proposed county code amendment, ordinance 2024-6, an ordinance of Iron County, Utah, modifying chapter 16.28, plat and minor subdivision amendments, section 16.04.070, county land use authority designation and notification requirements, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. This is a discussion that we've had a couple of times over the last few meetings when I was coming in with plat amendments that just combined 3 lots into 2 or 2 lots into 1. Didn't affect the neighbors or the subdivision, no reconfiguration of the subdivision or anything like that. So at that time I said we'll run an ordinance through the Planning Commission and staff and evaluate that process. That's what this ordinance is. It allows an administrative land use, the administrative land use authority that was established with the ordinances a year ago to approve subdivisions less than 11 to come that typically by statute in our ordinance had to go to the county commission for approval. Now the legislature changed that requirement, and as long as there are no roads being vacated in the subdivision or altered or change any rights of way, then we can make those administrative approvals through the Administrative Land Use Authority without having to schedule and come to the Planning Commission.
Just in your office.
Just in our office.
Does that include lot line adjustments?
Yes.
Everything.
Yes.
Where you combine a lot or do lot line adjustment, that's all done?
We had the ability to do lot line adjustments where we were just adjusting a mutual boundary between 2 existing lots, but the vacating of a lot required a plat amendment. And now that's not required anymore by the legislature. So we're now making this ordinance change so that a lot can be vacated without having to come to the Planning Commission. It still needs to be a plat amendment, but the plat can be approved by staff instead of having to come to the Planning Commission or County Commission. So there are really the three areas of the ordinance that changes. This one, which authorizes the Administrative County Land Use Authority to do a plat amendment when there are, as you'll see the language in about the middle right here, when there are no roads, rights of way, common area, or public easements that are being proposed to be vacated or amended. So if there's anything related to a public right to the property, then it needs a public hearing, and that needs to come to the county commission. Otherwise, we can approve those by staff. So the second item is this is right out of statute that now recognizes that a plat amendment can be approved. A lot line adjustment within a recorded plat is not considered a plat amendment. So we just copied this language right out of the statute and put it in our ordinance. And then the third section is this one where a plat or minor subdivision amendment related to county roads, rights of ways, or common areas. So if we have those, then this section deals with that coming to the county commission for approval, and we go through the process of a public hearing and advertising and things like that. So really, it's just those 3 sections. The Planning Commission made a recommendation to approve, and we need a public hearing to move forward.
Okay. On agenda item number 3, the chair will declare the public hearing open. Are there any takers on agenda item number 3? Seeing none, the chair will declare the public hearing closed.
Are there any questions about the language or anything on that? I did send a new one over this morning that you made a copy of because I had a couple of spelling errors and a couple of adjustments.
Is that this one, John? That's
the good one.
I have the good one. John made sure I had the good one. All right.
Okay.
Motion?
Is it my turn? Or
I think it's my turn. Okay. I would move for approval of a proposed county code amendment ordinance 2024-6, an ordinance of Iron County, Utah, modifying chapter 16.28, plat and minor subdivision amendments, section 16.04070, county land use authority designation and notification, requiring and providing an effective date.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
I see Galen Masson walked in. We got some really bad news, Galen. You weren't here to represent yourself, so just kidding. We passed it. Just kidding you.
Okay, now don't get it mixed up.
We won't.
Yep, sailed through, so you're good.
Okay, agenda item number 5. Public
Four.
hea- 4. I was looking at 4 and said 5.
5.
And item number 4.
Oh,
Pause.
what? What do we need?
That agenda in front of you. Make sure you got the right one. The attorneys from Gilmore and Bell wanted to amend this, so we did it over the weekend. Just want to make sure.
There's just a public hearing, right? Isn't this the one that you amended?
Yeah, they wanted the verbiage just so, and, oh yeah, and this one was printed. Commissioner, let me just, so
Is it
these
different?
paper ones and this in the packet are the older version, but the one that got advertised on the public notice website.
But this is the right one, isn't it? No? Oh.
No, they wanted to change the verbiage, and I had to come in on Saturday and do it, but that means I didn't reprint the,
Does that mean you have to renotice it? Or?
Did you
I did
amend it?
renotice it.
Oh, you
you-
did? On Saturday?
You amended it.
Oh, okay.
So it's noticed correctly. It's just
But this
what
copy,
the-
this copy
this-
was made on Wednesday,
Oh, you can renotice something on a Saturday?
24 hours before the meeting.
Oh.
So, as long as I did it before 9 a.m. on
Sunday morning.
Sunday,
Okay.
I'm almost there.
I saw John
This is
leaving-
just for the
leaving
public
Parowan at
hearing, right?
later in the evening
Yeah, I was
on
leaving town,
Saturday.
he was coming to work. So.
He was here.
What's
Oh.
that, Commissioner?
It's just a public hearing. We don't have to pass anything, or do we?
Sorry, let me just get this. Okay, so that's,
Is that the new version?
yeah, that also had Karsten reporting on it. But that one on the screen, if you can read it.
Can you make it a little
I
bigger?
can make it bigger.
I just want to. I can see it, but I want to make sure I see it good.
I mean, I can get silly if you'd like.
Oh no, that's back a notches. Right, that's perfect.
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 So that is your agenda item.
Okay, so agenda item number 4 is a public hearing with respect to the issuance by Iron County of not to exceed, that's 10 million, right?
10 million.
$10 million in industrial revenue bonds for the purpose of financing all or a portion of the acquisition, construction, equipping, and furnishing of an approximately 43,560 square foot facility to be used by Newcastle Biogas LLC as a covered lagoon dairy digester facility at approximately 198 South, 1200 West, Newcastle, Utah. Chair will declare the
mind.
public hearing open in regards to agenda item number 4.
That's the one
Oh, good job.
I should have just handed it over.
She printed out.
I printed that one out.
All right, seeing no comment. Oh,
Oh, we got one.
Since nobody commented on the others, I thought I should on this.
Good.
Reed Erickson, Iron County. I just wanted to mention that this is a project that the County Commission, Planning Commission has reviewed and issued a conditional use permit for this dairy digester project in belief that it will help several ways with this handling of manure and odors and the application of the effluent from the dairy onto the properties there. And so I think there were several benefits to this that we determined out of the Planning Commission meeting and approved that conditional use permit.
Will they still apply through their pivots?
Yes, they can, but it will take a lot of the odors out of it through the digester system in the creation
Newcastle
of the
is
gas.
very close to there,
Yeah,
and it'll
it's-
Help with
be
the
helpful
flies.
for
hopeful that it
Newcastle.
will have a positive impact. They thought originally that when they applied for this a couple of years ago, it was for the generation of electricity to go into the grid. Now it is for generation of gas that can go into the Kern River pipeline. But they also, in the conditional use permit, held that down the road it could be converted to electrical either way, and so it's. Planning Commission believed and staff that it was a positive project and would be helpful for the area.
So, Reed, I just wanted to reiterate that that $10 million is not bonding that Iron County is taking on. It's
That's
not
correct.
bonding that it's not a payment that we would ever be
And
responsible
it's
for.
approved out of
Yeah.
Salt Lake too,
Yeah.
right?
But
Allowed
it's-
through a municipal bond.
But it's conduit bonding, and they're essentially using our good name to get a little bit better rate. But we're one of the first steps in the process, and then there are several state boards that this has to go through as well.
Department of Ag.
Yeah, and so and apart from the very positive local effects, I just wanted to be sure that there was no confusion that this was somehow bonding that Iron County was taking on. This doesn't affect our ability to borrow. Yeah, thank you.
Anything?
All right, any other comments?
Also, yeah, no action, and you had asked, and that's this hearing was a requirement of their process.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, seeing no other comment, Chair declares the public hearing closed. And we'll move on to agenda item number 5, I assume is Luke. Our auditor, come on down.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so before the public hearing, I just wanted to go through some of these items. I highlighted some of the bigger ones, kind of more important ones. But any questions or anything on any line item, we can go over. And just kind of a general overview of the budget. So the budget has to balance. So our revenues and expenditures have to equal. A lot of these adjustments are due to grants. So we have more money coming in, and then we're going to spend that same amount of money. So even though we're getting the same amount of money, spending it, we have to do a budget adjustment and balance the budget. So starting at the top, the first line item is a grant, as just mentioned. It's for the Pine Valley project. We received $400,000, and then down below at a lower line item, I have the expense for that $400,000 as well. If we get to it all this year, if not, then we'll not spend it all and budget some for next year as well. Second line item.
What's that for? The Pine Valley?
For up to $400,000. Yeah.
For what? What was it?
It's a Pine Valley project.
The road project, isn't it?
Say Bruce or Rich would know a little bit more about it.
Is that the Gold Springs?
What is it?
Gold Springs Road?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and then so second line item is also a grant revenue line item. Most of these are grants through Mike Worthen's Natural Resources Department. So there's $250,000 in grants, and a lot of these changes are because last year when we set the budget, last September, October, November, we don't know what grants we're going to be getting this year. So once we get those, then they're added in at this time.
Yeah.
The first one was Pine Valley, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually up over toward Canaryville, and we have received the money from the Forest Service. We need to provide the rest of the service that we promised them.
Oh, New
Yeah,
Harmony.
it goes over to New Harmony.
Oh, yeah.
You know where it's at now
Yes.
on the Pinto Road?
Yes, on the Pinto Road. Yes.
Right, we wanted to correct that, yeah.
We have two Pine Valleys.
Yes, we do.
Not at all confusing.
Just opposite ends of the
is.
ends of the county.
It is.
Yeah.
I call that one Little Pine Valley. That's where our ranch is.
That's a good name for it.
Yeah, thanks for keeping us straight there. Okay, so the third line item down, salary and wage update. We talked about this probably 2 months ago when the URS updated the amount to contribute towards pension retirements. The 0.7% increase. So the commission approved the increase at that time. What all of these salary and wage update line items are all for that. And then also throughout the year, we have many employees that are moved from like a deputy 1 to a deputy 2, or if someone leaves and they're on a single health insurance plan, and then the new employee is on a family plan, that can change the budget a little bit as well. So all of these are just kind of updates for the URS thing, new employees versus old employees, and then position promotions. A little ways down, there's a highlighted part that says electronic door locks for the Aging Council building. I think all you're aware of this, but we're talked about putting the electronic door locks on the building in Parowan and in Cedar for the Aging Council so they can tell who's coming and going. Also keeping that more secure. They've been having some problems there, so we're going to add that into the IT department so the IT can work with the company to get those installed. There is a line item that says the salary and wage update plus additional wage adjustment. That is for the attorney's office. The attorney's office has had a position open for several months. They haven't been able to get anyone hired in that position. So they had requested a couple adjustments in their positions and the grades that those positions are to bring up their starting wage so that they could hopefully get someone hired. So it varies throughout their positions. The lower positions were moved up 3 grades. The mid positions were moved up 2 grades, and then the top chief deputy and the county attorney were moved up 1 grade, which is 5%. So there's an adjustment in there for that. Okay, I didn't highlight this line item, but it says engineer dump truck. I talked with Rich. This was kind of a late notice item. I just talked with Rich this morning about it, but he's been trying to get a dump truck for 2 or 3 years now. With COVID, they were on back order, and now he's able to get one in the next few months. We did have that budgeted the last 2 years. We had $225,000 budgeted. With the body of it, it's going to cost about $50,000 more, so $275,000. So we're increasing that line item by $50,000, and then we also added in there at the top, the third line item down, some money for the sale of the old dump truck. So we'll sell that one, get a new one. The next highlighted item is a part-time building and maintenance employee. Thane has taken over several different projects up at the fairgrounds and then at the Aging Council building. He's doing the maintenance there with
CJC.
CJC,
A lot of that.
Aging Council, mowing the lawn and that. So we are saving some costs by not having a contracted person do the lawn. Or
I have to say,
he's doing that.
that's been a great addition to the county. He's done such a great job, and we're really getting stuff done. I mean, it's, it really has been a good thing that I think that.
One small example of that is he's kind of leveraged the different projects going on. We had a bit of grass that got killed by some of the salt in the wintertime. And anyway, when you walk out, you'll see it on that southeast corner. He's actually dug it out and then replaced it with some of the topsoil from the other projects. So
Yeah.
So yeah, they've been going all over doing a bunch of things, but
That'll be helpful for him.
Just a part-time
He was
employee
running
to help.
ragged.
yeah. Okay. The next line item, so the parking lot in the Justice Court Center down in Cedar, they're redoing the parking lot. When they had dug it up, there was a pipe that had broke, so there was an extra cost to get that fixed and then continue to get all of the landscaping finished once the parking lot is done. So that was
They changed that
$14,000.
approach too. That's in addition to that too, isn't it? That approach that coming
Right.
off of 100.
Yeah, all that parking lot, landscaping, all of that, and that project.
It's awesome.
I don't know
It
how
looks
close
so
it is
good.
to getting done. Is it
It's
done?
so
Is it
it's-
done?
It's done and it's beautiful.
Okay. Okay, now so that's all been general fund items. Down towards the bottom. Now we're in the municipal services fund. There's a replace garage doors in the fire building. So down by the road department, there's a building down there that the fire department is in. The garage doors need a lot of maintenance. That was going to cost quite a bit of money. So instead of just trying to do the maintenance on those old doors, we have budgeted $30,000 to replace all 3 doors, instead of doing the continuing maintenance on those. In Fund 18, with the state updated CJC grants towards the new building, Wendy has talked with the state and gotten a lot of extra money for the new CJC building. Initially, I think we were going to get around $200,000. We ended up getting over $500,000 from the state to put towards that new building. So she's done a great job there. So we're budgeting in to receive that extra money as well. The part of that building, so the next, on your next page, for the asphalts for the CJC building, the portion that the grant isn't covering is the parking lot. So that will be paid by the county. We will recoup all of that money plus some once we sell the old building and they're moved out of it. So that's where those funds will come.
So the county owns that building?
Yeah.
Okay. It's
Well,
not
there
the
was-
Friends
there
Board,
was
it's the
some-
county.
Right.
There was some
They
questions with it that it was supposed to go back to the
To
hospital or something, and
There was a lot of legal gymnastics.
Yeah.
But ultimately
we
ended up
had
with
it,
the
yeah.
ownership of the building.
Right.
which will be very helpful. That'll
So the plan is to
do
sell that once they're
parking
moved
lot.
out.
So that'll be
and
great.
Get those funds to
Mhm.
replace that. So between the grants and, all the volunteers and the sale of that building, I mean, the county won't really be out any money. So
That's
it's
nice.
been a great project.
Yep, really great project.
Okay, last commission meeting, Enoch City presented on receiving some of our corridor preservation funds, which was $265,000. So we are including that in the budget now as well. The next line item, to fix up the building for the sign department. So next to the road department, there's a small building that's been used.
There's been some change on that.
Oh, has there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Rich, I mean, we're gonna scrap that idea and probably just move
Move
them down
some-
to that first bay and the
move
parts.
some
They're gonna move the parts
employees
area
around.
upstairs, and then so that'll be a lot less than 30 now.
Okay.
I mean, what do you think, Rich, for some electrical and different things?
Yeah, we just, in fact, last week made some other minor adjustments. So we've got Garrett in the bay in the Bird Building, which was Amber's. Amber is moving into his building so she can put her four-wheelers
Wheelers.
inside. Everything will now be inside for Amber. So she'll be out of Wade's.
Oh, is she going to go into the blue building then?
That's correct.
Oh,
she won't be
nice.
Any longer in Wade's space.
Yes.
So that helps. And it was an awful large building for a single use like our department had. So this last week, Amber and her helper moved a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh,
and,
good.
we sat down and talked it through. But so Garrett's got the small bay at the end of the Bird. They call it the Bird Barn.
Barn.
Amber's got
You don't
the
want to
blue
say what it's
building.
called in this meeting.
Pardon?
You don't want to see.
Okay. Amber's got the blue building, which will put all of her equipment inside along with her chemicals. There will be a need to do some lockup and things for the chemical and probably a small space for her. that
Can
will
it
be-
freeze though?
That's why she'll need it. She'll need to keep it from freezing, so we'll have to do that.
So we do need to put improvements into that?
Right.
How much? Will we need to do a full?
That's a Wade question, because we don't know. But it won't be what we were planning to do for the sign department, because
It won't be as extensive.
much bigger space. And Martin already has electricity, as you said, and all that stuff, so he'll just come down.
I wonder if we could put in a small room in there.
That's what we're thinking, just
and
a small
just
room.
a small room and keep it heated.
Right.
So
The
that
rest
for
of the
her
building will be
chemicals.
cold.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll just be a small, and we talked about taking over, there's a spigot over by the fire, by Ryan's building. We need to bring that over to the corner of the building so that Amber
Can fill all of
water
her.
and have water for safety issues there. I don't want to give Bruce news. I hope not. This isn't news to him. We talked to the road department about moving their 2 Connexes out there to another location so that Garrett will have that fence to park next to. And so he will have some space where all the 2 Connexes and the signs are. So we'll move the road department signs out. We'll leave Martin's there. And so Garrett and Martin will control that corner. And Amber has been great. I mean,
Yeah.
she's out there organizing and picking things up.
Oh yeah, she's really
We
good
can't
at
leave
that
her
kind
alone,
of
or
stuff.
She'll leave us, or she'll organize all of us.
I know that might not be a bad thing.
That's it. So Garrett's moved to the Bird Building, Amber's moved to the Blue Building, and Martin has moved downstairs, which there will be some costs to get.
Maybe we should leave that in for now.
Just yeah, it
and
sounds
then
like
we
we'll
can
leave
adjust later
if we need
the
to
other
do
way
some
if we need to.
stuff to the Blue Building for Amber, plus for
Shouldn't
the
need
sign
quite
department.
that much, but anyway.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so we'll just leave that in. Let's see where we're at. Okay, so now let's go down to Fund 27, which is the Fair Department. I think Marilyn mentioned in her report a little bit. We're going to transfer $100,000 from the TRT, Transient Room Tax Fund, and then $100,000 from the Restaurant Tax Fund, which are the tourism funds, to the Fair Department for the Fair Building remodel. I talked to Maria about that. So we have that budgeted in. And then going down to Fund 30, which is our debt service fund. So the revenue for the jail bond, which was started July 1st, the sales tax increased. We'll start receiving payments. Last month we received just a small payment, and it'll increase over the next few months. So we're budgeting in to receive about $1 million by the end of the year. We are going to put that in the Fund 30, which is the debt service fund. So there's 3 different debt payments that are made out of that fund. That's all that's in there. Is just the revenue to make those bond payments, and then the bond payments are made so that we show that as being separate into that fund, and it's a lot easier to track. It's not mixed with any other fund.
Good.
Going down to Fund 45. This is the jail construction fund currently. So the interest we've earned, I've increased that budget by $250,000. We've already earned over $400,000 in interest in the jail fund for this year. Interest rates have continued to stay high, and we haven't spent as much money up until this point as we were thinking
Luke,
we would have.
could you clarify on that interest earned? Which monies is earning that interest?
So the money we have set aside in the jail fund is a little over $16 million. So that's the money specifically for that fund, and that interest is allocated to that fund. So it's just that $16 million that's earned that money.
That's in other words, that's interest on money, not that we've borrowed, but that we've saved so far.
Right. And then like interest in the general fund, whatever our fund balance is in the general fund, it will earn interest and put it back into the general fund. This is just within the jail fund itself. So we have about 16.5 million in there still right now. Looking forward to the construction. As they mentioned, the groundbreaking is going to be on Friday. We are anticipating spending probably a little more this year. We had originally budgeted $3 million for jail construction costs, not knowing when it was going to start or what that timeline would be. Just kind of planning for future and being safe. I'm going to include another $5 million. So it'll be up to an $8 million budget through this year. And then towards the end of the year, December, we'll do another budget adjustment and adjust that if needed, depending on how far that work is by the end of the year. The last, well, I guess on your page, the last line item is a new position at the landfill for the remaining part of the year. Bruce has talked to you guys about safety down in the pit with so much traffic. They've had a lot more people coming to the landfill, so they felt like they needed a new position.
The growth
to
of the
direct,
county has caused this. So.
right, directing that traffic. So for the remaining part of the year, we have budgeted in for a new employee at the landfill. And yeah, you guys see anything else you have questions on? Those were all the main things there. If not, we can open it up for the public hearing.
How many questions? And we've met extensively on these items prior to. None of this is a surprise.
Right.
All right. Chair will declare the public hearing regarding the amendments to the 2024 budget open, if anyone has any comments. Seeing none, close the public hearing. And we're going to move on to agenda item number 6, public comments. 3-minute time limit per speaker for public comment participants. Should not repeat others' comments, only for items not on the agenda. No items related to the commission's role as an appeal board. Comments should be directed to the commission with no attacks on other folks' character. Any public comments today? Seeing none, move on to agenda item number 7. Discussion and possible approval of a local consent for single event permit, Mystère a Masquerade. Is that right?
Gala.
To be held on September 28, 2024 at Iron Springs Resort. Presented by Kate Sorensen and Brindley Benson.
She's my emotional support because I'm not super good on these crutches. In case I don't get back to Cedar, she's here to help. I am Kate Sorensen. I am the Executive Director of Canyon Creek Services. We are previously known as Canyon Creek Women's Crisis Center. We're the community-based victim service provider for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. We also have a certification for human trafficking as well. This is our massive fundraiser for the year, the big one that we do. We're having it in the end of September instead of October this year, trying to line everything up with hunting season and all of that stuff is a little bit of a process.
That's always an issue.
It is. We're trying to work around, everyone. But we are having it at the Iron Springs Resort this year. We have been having it at the Heritage Center in Cedar City the last few years. We are scaling the event down a little bit. We're not doing as much of a program. It's more meant to be a celebration for donors and for the community, and to raise funds headed into a federal fiscal year cut next year. So it's going to be lots of dancing and dining and recognizing some individuals who've had great impact in our community, as well as law enforcement partners. So we are looking for an event permit for September 28th.
Great venue.
It's so beautiful.
Iron Springs, yeah. Great
Yeah,
venue.
we're excited about it.
Okay.
I think it's Paul.
All right, I will move to approve of a local consent for a single event permit, Mystery Masquerade Gala to be, I don't say this fancy as Mike, be held on September 28th, 2024 at the Iron Springs Resort.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. We're excited. We hope to see you there.
Well, yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah.
It'll be a good time.
Oh, very cool.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Number 8. So, the presentation
Didn't we already do
on the
that?
we've had the presentation on 2024 mid-year budget adjustments, approval of resolution 2024-8, adopting the 2024 budget amendments. Luke presented to us already. I assume you don't need to present a second time. Okay, so I'll just call for a motion on the mid-year budget adjustments.
Yeah, I'd move to approve the 2024 mid-year budget adjustments and the resolution to go with that, 2024-8, adopting 2024's budget adjustments.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Number 9, discussion and possible protest of an annexation petition into Perron City by AGM Investments LLC. And
Looks
John
like
Whitaker.
John's in charge of that.
All right, and I'm gonna have my emotional support, folks, with the Dan Jessen from Perron City and Sam. I think maybe the best thing to do is kind of talk about how we got here. I tried to send you an email about this over the week last week, so that there's kind of a lot to consider on this, and I didn't want you to be caught flat-footed. There's been a request for a rather large annexation on the east part of Perron, which I think is a surprise to no one at this point. Alex Meisner's been working with Perron City, and I believe even some of the protesters at this point. But the law has changed in recent years regarding the Boundary Commission, and I think it's probably helpful, and it will be a little bit mind-numbingly boring. But and I didn't supply you with any caffeine, so hang on. But I think maybe what we can do is go through the code, and I think as I go through it, I think Dan and Sam will probably have some observations. So if anybody has an interjection, make it. Otherwise, I'm going to kind of review some of the stuff that I went through with you on the email that I sent you last week. So, first of all, this is Utah Code 10, Title 10, Chapter 2, Part 4, Annexation, and because there's been 2 bona fide protests to this annexation, and because the protest period ends tomorrow, is that right?
Today's the last day, so however you want to look at that.
Yeah. Tomato, Dan. I know that there are people that tune into the Perron City, council meetings with popcorn. Maybe we could make it more interesting. Okay. So, sorry, too soon? When throughout the process of an annexation, someone wishes to protest, there are certain people that may protest. Here, a protest to an annexation under that section may only be filed by the legislative body or governing body of an affected entity. So in this case, we've interpreted that to mean Perron City Council or the County Commission.
Or the school district.
Yeah, another affected
Special
entity,
service.
whose taxes might be affected. Or an owner of rural property located within the proposed area proposed for annexation, and by the time we get to the end, you'll be as annoyed as I am with when it says a county of the first class. So we had this discussion a little bit earlier. There are 6 classes of counties. Salt Lake County is the only county of the first class. We are a third-class county. Paiute and Daggett are 6th-class counties. So when it says
That's
county
a
of the first
mistake?
class, no.
No?
But a county of the first class basically means Salt Lake County. And so there's a separate rule for Salt Lake County that we're going to ignore.
And throughout this code, it's going to refer to county of the
You'll
first
be as
class.
annoyed as me and Dan are with
Just
with
ignore
that.
that.
Yeah. When it says county of the first class, we're going to all
you
roll our
just-
eyes. Yeah. And this is not a mining protection area. So basically, you've got the legislative bodies of affected entities or owners within that. Each protest shall be filed no later than 30 days. In a county that has already created a boundary commission with that commission, or in our case, in a county that has not yet created a commission under that code, which we'll get to with the clerk of the county, and those were both filed with me in a timely manner. They are to state the reason for protest. Any other pertinent information, and the name. Contain the name and address of a contact person who is to receive notices sent by the commission with respect to protest proceedings, and both of those had that. So basically, it was a bona fide protest. Now, my duty was immediately to notify the county legislative body of the protest, which I've done, to deliver to the Boundary Commission, or the creation of the commission if the commission has not been previously created. So in other words, if you'll look at our agenda, sorry, this is just going to be really boring. So we're working on item number 9, but 10 is discussion and possible approval of members of a boundary commission board, if that's the direction that ends up happening. So, all right. Anything else there, Dan, that I need to highlight? Okay. So if we go to 409, this is just notice has to be given in 409. The legislative body of each county may create a boundary commission at its own initiative at any time and shall create a boundary commission within 30 days of the filing of a protest under 10.2.407. So we are in that bit of the code right now, is the shall. Each commission shall be composed of, in a county with 2 or more municipalities, which is us, 2 members who are elected county officers. So that is Iron County's role, right? And they are appointed, we are not a county of the first class, by the county legislative body. 2 members who are elected municipal officers from separate municipalities within the county appointed by the municipal selection committee. We'll talk about that in a minute. 3 members who are residents from the county, none of whom is a county or municipal officer, appointed by 4 other members of the Boundary Commission. In other words, you got 2 members from the county, 2 representatives from the municipalities, and 3 members who are not elected in any way.
Residents.
Yeah, who are residents, yeah. We have more, that Section B doesn't apply to us. And then once created, we'll be responsible, just like our other boards, to kind of keep those filled, at least our part of it. Anything to add, Sam?
Can I just ask a quick question going back? I was looking through the statute.
I know it's riveting.
It is. But I haven't seen the actual protests. And the thought did occur to me, do they meet the qualifications of the protester? There's someone who has 1,000 contiguous acres?
No, the 2 protests that have been received own private real property. The 1,000 contiguous acres is if it's rural property, but they actually fit under
C.
Specifies that.
But you're saying that doesn't just apply to Salt Lake County?
No.
I see.
How are
Yeah,
you
that's a good
interpreting
point.
that then? Because it's saying if you are a proposed annexation area within a county of the first class, aka Salt Lake County, and then they're an owner of private property that meets those conditions, that's how I would read that. But did I just totally drop the ball by not talking that through with you guys, or?
No, it's a good point. Dan, do we have a retort for that? Oh, I believe Section B covers them.
There's a definition specific of rural real property. It has to be 1,000 acres.
Where is that definition?
The definitions portion, if you go back to 401.
I see.
401J.
There you go, right there.
Sub J.
Common ownership consists of no less than 1,000 acres. So they have to have a large stake in the annexation under the rural real property. But the way that I was reading the county of the first class is to exclude other classes of county. Just because Salt Lake is already mostly not unincorporated county, but.
Well, I'm not real excited about creating a boundary commission, but it feels like that would be limiting someone's ability to protest.
It is, but I think that was the intent, is that they would have to have a large stake in that annexation to protest.
To be able to protest.
Huh.
I can also, Reed Erickson, County Planner, I can also add that when we had this come up before, when we looked at, when these statutes first changed, we had this annexation over in Parowan on 200 on the north side. The person protested, and we determined that they were not an eligible protest because they did not meet the qualifications of rural real property, because they were not zoned for manufacturing and agricultural purposes, and they did not have a residential unit dense or greater density than 1 unit per acre. And there are several things that are ands here that they all have to qualify.
Not or.
Right. It's not any one of those things, it's all of those things in order to qualify as rural real property, which are those who are eligible for protest.
To be able to protest.
So, I think
so.
Well,
don't
and I
know
think
if
this
we
is
protest without having seen the protest. I don't know that they qualify as
Well,
rural real property.
certainly they won't.
so. This
meet
would be the
bar.
county's call, obviously, by the county's.
So they certainly won't meet this bar, and so maybe it's not a bona fide protest.
That was my question, but maybe we need to revisit the question of whether or not it is excluding other classes of county. That's my interpretation of it. That wasn't even considered the possibility of the bona fide protester. I wasn't looking at that.
Right.
I was just assuming that we were meeting the definition of rural real property.
Yeah, yeah. I guess.
Real property different than private real property.
Yeah.
I think you were just going off of private real.
Right. Okay.
So there's no need to make the board to.
Well, I don't
look
know.
at that?
Well, there's
Essentially, the
more to
protest
talk-
period is today. I think the reason why it was on here was whether the county wanted to be a protesting body.
There were a couple of other items to.
But
kind
that
of-
was assuming that you're going to go through a boundary commission, and the boundary commission can decide, just jumping forward, 3 things. 1, to leave the annexation the way it was originally proposed, to approve a modified version of the annexation, or to deny it. But essentially to decide whether these property owners have to be included in the annexation or not is really what the Boundary Commission is deciding. And then it goes back to the city for a final. But it does talk about in the code about the county being able to protest, and that would, I would think, be one of the reasons why the county would choose to protest, just so it could be more of an active role in the Boundary Commission's discussions. If the Boundary Commission were to say, we recommend leaving an island and letting these protesters not be a part of the annexation. So the decision today, because today is the last day to protest, is whether the county wanted to protest or not. And then the other decision is the 2 members that the county would put on the on the Boundary Commission. The county only puts 2 of the 7 on there. But if there isn't a valid protest, as judged by the clerk with his legal counsel, that may make all this moot.
Should we ask for a recess and take a look at those letters?
Yes, if I'd like
don't-
that opportunity.
I
if we
don't
could.
see them meeting the rural owner, but I think we can look at the letters, review their parcels, and be sure one way or the other. I don't know, Chair, if you would be willing to entertain that.
Well, yes. Let's do that. Let's move on with let's move on with the rest of the agenda.
Okay.
The rest of the agenda is we're almost done.
Yeah.
Let's move on with the rest of the agenda, and then recess and come back to this as the final item. So we are going to we're going to skip over 9 and 10. We're going to skip to 11. Discussion and possible approval of a memorandum of understanding between the Cedar City Regional Wastewater Treatment Facility, Cedar City, Enoch City, and Iron County. I don't know who is here.
I'm not prepared to speak to that.
I don't know who. So
I don't know either.
Does Rich? No.
Richard's gone.
Reed, this one doesn't ring a bell with you, does it?
I'm wondering if it does, only from the respect that we have had a request by BZI to amend the agreement, but I don't know that this is what this is for, because this is a memorandum of understanding. It might be related to that. They had simply sought clarification on the existing agreement, and I'm wondering if Rich put this.
That is not this.
Not
This might be the filtering of bringing the type 2 effluent to type 1,
okay.
and the expense. There was a question about, and I have to confess, I have not read that part of the packet. I'm on that board, but so there was some discussion that Iron County owns about 10% of that effluent, Enoch owns about 10%, and Cedar City owns 80%. And the discussion was, what did Iron County want to do with their share? But it turns out that we don't have hardly any share, because any effluent belongs to the Central Iron County Water Conservancy District, because they're the one. Anybody that they supply water to creates that effluent. So the decision was, last time we talked about this, the decision was left to the Central Iron County Water Conservancy District as to what they wanted to do with that. So I wonder how time pressing this is. And
well, I wonder, Commissioner, if we would maybe have a greater comfort level, if maybe, because it's not a terribly long agreement. Let me just scroll down to it.
Who requested it?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to find.
Cedar City?
All right, so this is it. I don't know who requested it. Actually, I can look.
Who's it?
But I think either way, this is not something that's a complete surprise to us.
no, I know we've had discussion on this.
So let me just do a little summary here. So this MOU is entered in between Cedar City, Enoch, and Iron County.
I could also get Paul Monroe on my phone too. Maybe have him speak to it if we
Sure.
need to.
And the Central Iron County Water Conservancy District. The parties to this memorandum of understanding seek to set out broad parameters of a future agreement. The document does not intend to bind. The document is intended to set forth terms of a possible future agreement so that each political body can begin their individual budget and political processes to facilitate possible future agreement. And then it gives the history, whereas it was created in the 1990s, whereas on about June 27, 1994, Cedar, Enoch, and Iron County entered into an agreement to join the CCRWTF, which I think was...
Regional Wastewater Treatment Facility.
Yes. Thank you. Regional Wastewater Treatment Facility. This agreement was amended on or about January 29, 2004, and currently there is a draft proposal circulating to extend the agreement for another 30 years. It talks about the responsibilities. And I think, as Commissioner Cousins was saying, there's a certain amount of effluent that is ownership, and it has to do with the groundwater management plan. And that whereas right here, and I can't highlight it, but the whereas the 1994 and 2004 amendments state all facility byproducts shall be used to benefit all of the communities. And I think the question Commissioner Cousins was what was the plan with that, especially as they moved to being able to put out type 1?
So the Cedar City, specifically Mayor Green, wants to convert that to type 1 water and pipe it up to the lake on the hill and use it to water the university and the high schools, the big lawns. That was his plan, and like I said, that 80% of that water would go there. So I think Enoch has voted to use their water and do a secondary water system in their town. And there was I talked to Paul Monroe a couple times about this, and maybe I need to get him on the phone and ask him what they've.
I think the meat of this agreement, John, is in Section 3, though, the proposed basis for the agreement. This is essentially the county's nod to a willingness to financially contribute toward construction costs associated with a filter building upgrade. Section C highlights another portion there. It just says that it contemplates a future contract for funding of the filter building, filter, and associated improvements. So this doesn't bind us to any set terms, but it does bind us to play ball when it comes times to.
Well, I told them on behalf of this body, that the mayor, that we weren't probably interested in putting any money into it as a county, because we don't have anything to use that for. We don't have a secondary water system. We don't have parks. We don't have. So
well, and it's it's even a bit more fraught because we have residents in the unincorporated areas, which are served by that they pay a quarterly bill, but we don't change. There's no difference in how we tax them.
But the only water that goes to the sewer plant is technically provided to them through the Central Iron County Water Conservancy District system, and those water rights are owned by them, not us. And so really, the gist of this is any water that goes to the plant is technically probably belongs, because anybody that's in an unincorporated, that's not serviced by the water district, has a septic tank, and that doesn't go back to the wastewater treatment plant.
I think there are a few people who are hooked to sewer who are on wells or other systems.
Yeah.
They're not all on the Water Conservancy District.
Okay.
Oh,
yes.
And that was
Absolutely.
true, and that's what Paul and I talked about, and where we left at last was they were gonna try to study that and see how many of those there was versus their supplying water.
So really, apart from our interest in aquifer
and we thought there was
recharge-
very few of those situations. Would you agree with that? So
really, apart from our interest in aquifer recharge, generally, I mean, you're like you're saying, we don't have the same kind of skin in the game that other entities do. Mm-hmm. Another challenge, and I think I'm going to say it even though I'm already disagreeing with it, and that is there is monies set aside for impact fees, but I think it would be easy to argue that this would not be an appropriate use of that. But that's not for me to say. So anyway, I wonder the urgency of this agreement.
I'm just concerned about being on the hook for helping with that when it really isn't something that we probably need to contribute to because we don't.
Not really our circus, not really our monkeys.
Exactly,
yeah.
Exactly.
We have some customers that benefit from it, but they pay a monthly.
Mind if I call Paul Monroe and ask him if he has read this MOU and?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah, and I asked him how crucial it is that we pass it today. Maybe there's maybe Sam needs to go back and
look into a little further.
make sure that.
Based on what Paul has said, I don't think that it would be
Binding
wise to
at
do
all.
it right here, right now.
Yeah.
I would table it.
I don't want to commit the county to really any funding for this, based on what my discussions were with Paul Monroe.
Do the rest of the commissioners feel this way as well, or?
Yeah, I think it'd be appropriate to table it. My opinion.
Does anybody know how time sensitive this is?
I think the request for this came in long enough ago.
Referencing future agreements that haven't even been contemplated yet, so I would say this is not the most time sensitive. So if you're comfortable, I recommend tabling it.
And certainly we'll meet again in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a motion?
Well,
motion to table.
I'll move to table issue 11, and I will I'll do the homework on it and talk to Paul and other parties involved and bring back more information.
Moved and seconded. All All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Personnel.
Good morning.
Morning.
In the Justice Court, Mia Bowler was selected from the most recent competitive interview and selection process to backfill the upcoming vacant full-time Judicial Assistant 1 position, effective September 3rd, 2024. In the Children's Justice Center, Brenda Valley was selected from the most recent competitive interview and selection process to backfill the vacant full-time Victim Services Coordinator position, effective July 22nd, 2024. In the Road Department, Dean Lane has completed all requirements to be promoted from a full-time Maintenance Technician 1 to a full-time Maintenance Technician 2, beginning August 18th, 2024. And in the Sheriff's Office Patrol, Jared O'Mealy and Cree Carter have completed all requirements to be promoted from a full-time Deputy 1 to a full-time Deputy 2, beginning August 18th, 2024 for both of them.
Great.
I would make a motion that we approve all of the personnel described by Jennifer.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. County boards, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I think there were two different closed sessions that need to happen.
That was
I
my-
wonder, would you like, just because we have these folks waiting here,
Do the first,
should we
do this other one
Yeah.
first with the,
Yeah, let's
go back to the
let's
closed
do,
sessions?
yep.
Yeah. Let's
Do we need
we're going to be in recess for a minute until we can figure out agenda items. No. Hold
Hold on.
John's got to hit the button. Which number was that? Oh, that's at the end.
11.
11. Yes.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. I'm gonna go. We're back in session. It's about noon. I'm gonna go back to agenda item number 11 first. We're gonna revisit number 11.
Okay, so I would like to rescind my motion to table that agenda item. Need a second to rescind that?
Just make a new motion.
Just and make a new motion.
Yeah.
We need to.
Does Marilyn need to second that?
If it might not hurt to just make the motion to rescind, second vote to rescind it, and then you can move. Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and I want to make a new motion. I talked to Paul Monroe, the general manager of the Central Iron County Water Conservancy District, and we chatted about this. And it's like we talked. They own most of the underlying water rights, dealing with the effluent that ends up at the wastewater treatment plant. They do have money. They've gotten a lot of grants lately to work with water optimization and recharge and different things. And so my motion would be that we go ahead and agree to the memorandum of understanding between the Cedar City Regional Wastewater Treatment Facility, Cedar City, Enoch, Cedar, and Iron County, but with the understanding that we're going to play in the sandbox with them. But any financial obligation moving forward, we would work with the Water Conservancy District on that portion of it, because they're the ones that really have they own the water. So does that make sense?
Yeah.
Is that
Yes.
clear?
Yeah, we need that in the motion, I think. So I will second that.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. So number 11 is now approved instead of tabled. So let's go back to agenda item number 9. It's 9 and 10 are kind of linked. What did we determine? Turn it over to John.
Okay, so we went and reviewed the protest letters. The one owner owns a contiguous 2.08 acres, and the other owns 2.04 acres. So that is a far cry from meeting the definition of an owner of rural real property under the code here, where it says, what was it, Jay? A rural real property, say that 10 times fast, means a group of contiguous tax parcels or a single tax parcel that are under common ownership, consists of no less than 1,000 total acres, are zoned for manufacturing or ag purposes, and do not have a residential unit density greater than 1 unit per acre. And in pretty much every way except the common ownership, they don't meet that bar.
So to your point, John, just quickly, if this is under section 407, subsection 6, it says if no timely protest is filed, the municipal body may approve this petition, but before that, in subsection 7, it says they have to hold a public hearing. So for those concerned citizens who have filed a protest that may not meet the qualifications of a bona fide protester to force the Boundary Commission, they can at least convey their concerns to the public body making the decision on the petition in that public hearing.
Okay, and I believe Dan would want to speak to that at this point. Does Parowan City feel like they've already done that?
Well, so there is, I think what you would say is a qualified protest that would trigger the Boundary Commission, and then there is protests in general, which of course there's a lot of difference of opinion of whether this should or shouldn't happen and how it should happen and all that stuff. And so you're right. There's a long road to hoe ahead of the city and Alex Meisner involving the public and in that process as well. So what I do not think the city has the ability to do is to define which properties are included or not. the city essentially has the ability to deny the annexation
Saying
petition.
city, do you mean the county is?
No, I mean the city.
Okay.
I'm saying
Heroin.
moving forward, assuming that there's no valid protest, the Boundary Commission has the ability to essentially say these properties do not have to be included in the annexation. I don't think the city has that authority. The city has the authority, after moving forward, to either accept the annexation as presented or to deny it. Of course, we have other things that we would put in an annexation agreement, and that's where really we have a long road to hoe. But as far as defining which parcels to be left in or out, we either just accept what has been given to us in terms of which parcels or not. The Boundary Commission could have modified that. And if you move on in the code, and it's actually prior in the code, but it's chronologically after this process, if the Boundary Commission, say there was a valid protest, the Boundary Commission did its thing, and they recommended, actually they used the word approve, a modified annexation, then the city can either still deny it in total, or it says they can accept the annexation consistent with the decision of the Boundary Commission. But anyways, we'll move forward, but we just can't decide what parcels are in or out.
And Reed was totally right. We Iron County have dealt with this before because there was a fellow that wanted to protest an annexation, actually Perrin City again, and he did not meet the requirement for rural property owner, real property owner. But it did come before the county commission because it was creating a peninsula, and that is really the only purview the county has as far as.
Rick?
It was that direction. But anyway.
He wasn't even involved inside the annexation boundaries.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But the only decision for the commissioners to make at that time was whether to approve it because of the peninsula it was leaving.
Oh, right.
Whereas in this case, because we've determined that it's really not these where we thought they were, and we've gone all the way down this far down this rabbit hole, where they're not really, we've determined that they're not really bona fide protests, then there's really not much action to take.
Don't we still have to vote to approve the annexation or not?
No.
You've already done that.
Yeah. And the only time that's what I was saying before, the only time that really comes before the commission is if it's going to create an island or a peninsula of unincorporated county. And this wasn't the case because the original petition included the folks that want to be excluded, if I understand that correctly.
Right. And that was because I don't know if it was the planning commission or Reed had basically told Alex that they needed to be included because they would otherwise leave an island. I don't know how that process went, but so the original annexation petition included them.
So if they had excluded those folks and it was going to leave an island, because the land south of it is BLM, but it was incorporated many years ago, but it would have left an island, and that would have to come before the commission if that were to have been the case. But as it turns out, they were included in the original petition.
So
is that correct, Dan?
So what if Parowan, if you guys do your deliberation and debate and all that, and you guys don't approve annexing that property, and he comes back to the county and wants to do it in the
So
county?
there's nothing to stop that exact event from happening.
That can happen.
If
And how
the
does that
city
affect-
denies it, then he either says that's fine, I'm done, or he can come back with a different annexation petition. I mean, ad nauseum, that can happen.
Right. Or he can come to the county and say, I want to do it in the county.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, then the city doesn't get the revenue and all that. And I'm going to get on my soapbox for just a quick second.
Does that mean I can sit down?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll sit down.
I'm going to.
Oh, you want to sit down, not you can.
You do not. George W. Bush invented a few words, and it was always fun to hear him when he spoke as president, but he used the word speechify, and I'm going to speechify for just a minute. When, Dan's over there laughing, when as municipalities or as government entities we're faced with things like this, it's very easy for folks to assume that we've got some opinion. And look, our opinion is we got to follow the law. And sometimes it leads us to conclusions that are surprising. I'm flabbergasted that A, I didn't catch this, and B, that these folks just don't have any right to protest, but that is the law. And so as Dan navigates the different forces that are weighing upon him, ultimately he's just got to follow the law. And so I would admonish. For all intents and purposes, you are parents.
You are the city.
You got Dan in big trouble.
I know, right? No, it's just me. But that being said, I think it's important to understand that you so often you're forced to be kind of a Solomon. Where do you cut the baby in these kind of situations? And I look in my personal conversations with Dan on this, and his public work on this. He's been exceptional, and I get a little annoyed when people want to vilify someone for trying to follow the law. That's all I have to say, Commissioner.
Great. So on agenda items number 9 and 10, I assume we'll just move forward with no action.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. Done.
Planning on notifying?
I believe they're not bona fide protesters, but I certainly will reach back out to them because I think I owe them that much. And Reed,
humor me a minute. I just wanted to correct John's speechify and say I don't think we should say they don't have a right to protest. They don't have. Yeah. They've protested, and that's a legitimate protest. It's just doesn't qualify to create a boundary commission.
Yeah,
right.
And their concerns are noted, and the county,
and well expressed.
Yeah, and the county commission and the town board can consider those in evaluating such an annexation in the discussion. And as Dan mentioned earlier, in the original discussion about the annexation, which is helpful in the process. When we met with the city and the developer and the county, and we sat down and said, look at this annexation. Well, it leaves an island. So you need to include those in your petition. So they were included in the petition. It would have been their desire to not include them in the petition. Right. But then we would have had to have decided whether we would approve this annexation island or not, and then it would have killed the petition. It would have, and so our encouragement is always to fill in an island. That's our policy. That's the way the state law is written. It's encouraged. It's good development. And so I think that we don't want to ignore those protests. They just didn't raise to the level of a boundary commission, which is significant, and their concerns are noted. And I think our policy just needs to be evaluated in terms of, what's good development and where services are provided. It's hard to think that somebody ought not be annexed when they're receiving their water and all their services from the city now. It's, and those are things that I think we take into consideration. But it is an island. It's by itself. The county isn't providing anything else in that whole area.
Well, and state law is if a municipality is providing water outside the city limits and they have water problems in the city, they're the first one to get cut off. I would probably want to be annexed for that reason alone.
I think there's just a lot to be considered in that, and I appreciate their concern. But I think
so. Does this public hearing that we talk about, does that happen in the
city?
In the city.
The city holds.
They don't come to here. They don't come here and do that. Okay.
They don't come here anymore.
Someday in the not too distant future, Reed will
End of
retire.
speechify correction.
Thank you. Reed will retire, and we'll be all the worse for it. We really appreciate you, Reed.
All right, closed session. We have 2 items,
Different
correct?
ones, and we have to make 2 different motions.
So do we? Those have to.
I did.
Separate.
Yes.
Right, Sammy? So one, go in,
Correct.
come back.
Correct.
Go.
And Marilyn will make the first motion. Paul will make the second. We'll do an in between.
Excellent.
Okay, I will move for a closed session under subsection, is it I or 1?
1.
1C, pending litigation.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we will move into closed session on item number 1.
Okay,
Connie Miller will be.
and we'll be back. We maybe should have done the other one first, 'cause that was Jen first.
they could be requested. I mean, I've got them right here.
I write for Iron County Today.
I'm going to take an interesting step and have you reach out to the individual. Okay? Do you have a card or anything?
No.
Do you have your phone?
Yes.
Will you text me?
Yes.
That will increase our odds of actually remembering to do this.
Okay.
435.
Text them every day.
Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. All right. 327. Sorry. Am I in there?
Hold on, here I come. 435-327.
0977.
Okay, thank you.
Because I don't have any problem, sharing that, but I just want to respect their, and frankly, I don't think they would mind because they were very well expressed.
Well, and they may want them to be
Public.
public.
That's right.
Thank you.
I'm coming. Oh.
Go to break.
Yeah. Thanks.
Your numbers.
Let's see.
So it is captured.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so we are back in session back in open session after our closed session agenda item. We're going to declare that closed session item, or closed session is closed.
Yeah, that time's fine.
We're going to close out of that closed session. We do have one other closed session agenda item that we need a motion on.
I'll move for a closed session under subsection 1A, character, competency, or health of an individual.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we will now move into closed session on that separate issue.
starving.
I know.
I got what
As
I
Mike
need.
would
Are
say.
you?
Okay, well, we're streaming.
All right.
I won't
We're
say what he would have said.
We're back in session. Commission, we've just come out of closed session. We are going to close the closed session, come out of that session, and we will stand adjourned.